Hello, welcome to my Sunday afternoon Monster Hunter stream. I hope you had a lovely weekend so far, lovely Saturday especially. Today I'll be trying to continue with the grind for the deviants. Let's see how far I can get in general, since I am also open to travel and I do enjoy playing with all of you very, very much. But that also means that I'll have less opportunity to get myself the lower grade tickets I am usually requiring a lot of. So, game is working and everything. Let's then switch over. Let's make sure that we have everything running. And I did forget one thing. Come on, let me quickly do that. Of course, when I need it, I am misclicking a billion different times, so it's not working out quickly or properly. Okay, this time though, we are good. Well, mostly only as it turns out. There we are. Okay. Okay, I see some stuff coming. I didn't do any maintenance. So, I did go hunt. Say everything's full. Come on. Dread King hunting horn. Okay, I do have enough. So that goes up to level 5. But I don't have enough for the lance now, do I? Yeah, absolutely not. How about... Okay, that is going to work out. Scales, I do have plenty. Okay. Okay, you're coming up later. Okay, not enough there. So that is Bolt Reaver here. do I have everything I need for the chest as well? I do. Very nice. Okay, I have tickets, but I do not have enough. Okay, let's sort all of this. Myron, posture check, and a hydrate. There we go. We'll do some... Oh, bloody hell. I don't think I have enough space for all of these. Maybe I can reduce this by increasing the amount first. Let's have a look. Wind resistance. You might be something I want to keep. Although wind resistance is not something that is usually high on the priority list of my stuff. And also, sorry I forgot, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Thank you for joining me here on today's stream. It is very much appreciated. So, wind resist I'm going to skip over because that's a nice tenner. Oh, bloody hell, don't tell me. Don't tell me I made a boo-boo. Okay, I have not. Okay, no more, but some more juju melding. Okay, I hope that means I have enough space now. Let's bring this in here. As a keeper. And I seriously am cramming stuff in every which nook I still have left. It's usually not how I do want to do this. But I am missing a talisman or two I still want, so I have to do what I have to do. Let us start out with some water weakness deviants here. I think it's going to be Hellblade, Deadeye, Crystalbeard. No, I don't need Dusted. I'm not in multiplayer. I will ensure some more survival. Let's get rid of the vouchers a bit more. I do want them down to single stack. Well, I have black belt. That is all I really need. That is one approach. I usually did the mixed, but I do have a friend I used to play with a lot. We've been playing less recently, mainly because having less time means less time to play together, but we went mixed because, well, you can't play together for the solo stuff, but if you don't plan on playing online until you go through it, then that is definitely an approach you can take. And what I did to myself is I took upon myself a huge new project. My longswords are basically finished. I have the armor I want for it. But because I started streaming, I decided I want more weapons to be able to allow my viewers to choose a weapon for me. But if I don't have a weapon suited to the monster, then that is not going to be working out now, is it? So I decided to create a lot of deviant weaponry for the weapons that I like, which turned into a huge project because you only get 2 tickets, or mainly get 2 tickets. Some are a little bit easier to get, but there's a lot. Don't be. I understand that this is prestigious and it's looking great, but you'll get there and you need not feel inferior. Try to get as good as you can. Enjoy the game while doing that. Those are more important than the accolade that the game gives you over time. As long as it's remaining playful and doesn't lead to bad blood, it's absolutely fine. I can understand some people do care about these things. And as long as you're having fun chasing those accolades, that is what I think is then the most important. Okay, that was a nice interruption. And a good rivalry can lead to you sharpening your own skills a lot. Of course, at the entrance, I am cursed to be pushed out of it. Okay. First round is over. That went pretty good, and I'm also getting some more account items for those quite important academy points, even though... So that is one of my weaknesses in these games for currencies and stuff. I try to really get them in a lot, even though I have a lot of it already. It just feels better having a larger reserve. I know that I'm going to use them slowly, and that I'm also will be getting them for the by just doing my quests, but it always feels like I might be running out. Especially, like, one of the big ones is honey. For me, I do have a huge stock of honey that I can... The funny part, though, is for the honey is that the honey I am using up, I can easily replenish in time. After every time I use more of it, but in order to feel comfortable, I want to have quite a decent stock. Okay, that has been quite hard. Then you had a lot of stuff to do, and your body just decided, I need some sleep. That is actually fair enough. I am happy that you were able to also do that, and I do hope that you're feeling better. And I'm not exactly sure. You probably still need to work hard, so please ensure that you don't overwork yourself too much here. But I do understand that circumstances can absolutely be less than ideal. Okay. I'm happy for that. That is something I really needed. I wouldn't have carted by getting hit there, but it would have been painful and a little bit annoying getting hit by the roundhouse tail slash. Still, despite him already being weak and want to try to get the tail cut. Lavenus is unfortunately one of those where I usually am not very successful with that. Well, he was being stubborn and he did keep his tail until the end. Unfortunate, but it is what it is, and as I said, I'm already used to him not wanting to give up on his tail. Let's see if we have some luck with the minerals around. I should have a plenty stock for most of them. But again, there might be the one or the other piece of coal in here, meaning that I can get a few more Academy points at the end. A charm instead. I do think that I have more than enough charms at the moment. So I'll be selling that, no matter the color. Looking... Okay. Light Eater is not something I do require, nor I really want. I don't mind taking my time and enjoying my steaks and potions. Okay, that's another Veggie Elder ticket. I don't think I'll ever go pushing or peddling them away to the Veggie Elder. They are very nice though if you do require something specific. Like, for example, a heaven, like a, depending on the rarity of the item you can get, depending on the rarity of the Veggie Elder ticket you can get, from low to a G rank material, including plates, jewels, and heavenly scales. So the hammer doesn't work. That probably means the hunting horn doesn't work. The lance doesn't. Also missing a carapace there. Okay. Do I have the... And I'm lacking Hellblade powder. Unfortunate. Let's go over to Deadeye Yangaruga. I do have a lot more material of him himself, so I should be able to then improve my items. So that's another voucher. I don't think I'll have anything here. At least anything without strings attached. No, indeed not. Black belt it is. Supplementing my playstyle quite nicely. It's Garuga. I did worry about it, but I don't feel like having a repeat of Hellblade here and not needing them. So let's go in with the expectation of not getting hit enough to need to heal up. All nice and open here. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, that's a mama wyvern on the field as well. It is, that though is an inside joke. An old one from my Freedom Unite days. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I cannot charge with that attack. Okay, he's playing around a lot with the kitties. Yeah, do more of that. Tira, hello, good morning. I hope you slept well. I hope that you can be looking forward to a lovely Sunday. Hello, welcome in. I am happy to hear that. I hope that you are not also encountering issues with waking up. I hope your brain is kind to you today. Very nice. Garuga is also cooperating nicely. I am quite unaware of what exactly Sun Chips is. Is that a trademark, or is that a type of chips? If it's a type of chips, I might be completely unaware of them. Nutter Butters and 7-Up. It's a trademark. Fair enough. I am happy that you're enjoying them. Slightly salsa, we don't have a lot of that flavor for the chips. Wavy Square, no, can't, unfortunately I can't say that I know of them. It's not a type of chips available to me here in Europe. Or maybe they are available in Europe, but they're not available to me locally at least. Whole grain, so... That is something that is very much under discussion. But yeah, whole grain wheat, I'd be guessing whole grain wheat. Chips is also something rather rare. Any of the potato chips around are based on, well, potato. Well, if you're going alphabetically, I have to disappoint you. The E comes before U, so ordering them alphabetically is going to result in EU first, US second. I understand what you want to say. let's put it, the US has a wider variety of snacks than the EU. One thing I do have to say though that is that European chocolate, at least for my taste, is much nicer than the common US chocolate. That is just tasting slightly, well, not slightly unfortunately, but it's tasting off. The US, like the Hershey's normal chocolate, is very sour for chocolate. Milk chocolate, mainly. That is the one I had the chance to taste before. So that is the comparison I am making. I maybe should have been a lot more clear with that, but I do not understand exactly for the differences in the possible differences in dark or white chocolate. But yeah, there is, at least for what is being branded as the most popular US milk chocolate, the taste is off. And yeah, that is fair enough. I would not know about the cookies. I did not have a chance to taste them. But yeah, in Europe, it's not that you need to make your milk chocolate yourself. Even the store-bought one is a lot creamier, less sour. In general, better than what I know. Let's put it like that. Okay, that was not my doing. That was the acorn. Cookies and cream chocolate. It's basically white chocolate with little... Okay, that sounds really nice. I did not have anything like that before. But we do have some very good chocolates. One of my one I really do enjoy is a strawberry yogurt coated in chocolate praline, maybe. That's, if that is the right word. I see. Again, there is a lot of selection in chocolates and in for the brands as well. And Hershey's is huge. In the US at least, you'll struggle to find it locally where I live. I do like milk and white chocolate, but my favorite is a darker chocolate. They go very well with coffee. Okay, we have Deadeye down. Let's see, can we do the lands? We can. Unlike with Dread King and Hellblade, I am not missing any material here. Sorry for that. Lind is a pretty big it's a very big producer of chocolates in Europe. We have a lot of different choices. They are limiting them in the supermarket a little bit. You do need to go to a Lind Chocolaterie, but you can get the basic ones in the supermarket at least. And yeah, they make very smooth, very melty and creamy chocolate. Okay, that is those pieces used up. And I did say that I would want to go after Crystal Beard as well. They're actually better for s'mores. That is something I have not heard before. Oh, okay. Basically marshmallow, chocolate, cracker camp food. Okay, I do see why you'd want to use very melty, creamy chocolate for them. I personally, unfortunately, do not enjoy marshmallows very much. So it's not so much for me. We have a crazy lucky cat, nothing else really there. Okay. I'll be... I'm trying to plan. I go usually shopping Sunday and Wednesday. I'll get the ingredients for next Wednesday and try them out. I'll be making a small portion and be buying small portions in case that the marshmallows overpower it, and because as I said, I'm not a big fan of marshmallows. If they overpower it too much, I'm not going to need to waste too much. But I'll be trying it out. Maybe I'll be discovering something new. As for the mess, well, to be fair, it's going to be what it's going to be, and I don't really mind. Okay, why the hell did I jump down here? Because I saw somebody down here, but this is Rathalos. Rathalos is the subquest. I need to beat up Uragan, not Rathalos. There we go. This is more the ground pounder I am looking for. Okay, I'm not seeing anything at the moment. There we go. Fair enough. I'm not... That would not be possible for next Wednesday. At best, that would be possible. Well, no. It could be possible for Tuesdays. I do have a RP evening, like tabletop RPG with friends. But... well, I'd need to bring a lot of wipes in that case. Be prepared, because they understandably do not want all of their papers full of stains and stuff, so I need to prep that properly. But I think it's a good idea to make a memory out of it. And from the others, I do know that they do enjoy marshmallows, so... I'll give it a go. I was worried that would be jumping too early. I'm not entirely sure, but I do think it's it's probably going to be Lindt. If I cannot find the correct Lindt chocolate, I probably switch over to Milka. They also make quite good chocolate. Not quite as good as Lindt, but I'll see what is available. From what I've seen, I'd want thinner wafers. Ghirardelli. Well, it sounds interesting, but I have not heard of it before. That is fair enough, but I have, again, no idea what it's... Okay, so it's a chocolate, it's a specific chocolate. Okay, yeah, that is probably not a chocolate I'll be able to get. $400 for a bar of for a single bar of chocolate is exaggerated. You can have very good chocolate, but no chocolate can ever be good enough to be worth that much money. Because at one point we're talking about very diminishing returns, and for a lot of terribly expensive food that is not that lives off the brand, you're paying so much for the brand that it's not worth the taste anymore. It's encased in 24 karat gold case. How heavy is the gold case? You can make gold terrifyingly thin, thinner than a human hair, and encasing a bar with that looks very nice, but it's not more than a few dollars or euro worth of gold. Possibly. Although I'm uncertain if in that case you wouldn't do better by just buying the gold separately rather than... Come on. Rathalos, stop that. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm not sure if in that case it's not better to buy gold and chocolate separately. A little, but serious. This is more the fact that I have to fight two monsters at the same time at the moment. That usually, ouch, becomes very chaotic. Yeah, I'm getting smashed a little bit here. Okay. Yay. Okay, for once I would have wished to stay standing. Could have given me some cover from Rathalos. Okay. Uragan is not the most happy camper at the moment. But I do need to sharpen the sword up. I'm down very far. Okay, and Rathalos has left the area. There are, coming back to the price here, there are some ingredients which are absolutely worth or require that high of a price. Proper wasabi, like pure wasabi, is very much one of those. It is very hard to grow, requires a lot of work while growing. Saffron is another. Proper caviar, again, is another ingredient that is where it's understandable that you have a very high price attached to it because of the rarity and the work required. Vanilla, indeed, is also one of those. The vanilla flavor has become a lot more common since we've been able to manufacture it differently. I think most vanillin is actually quote-unquote artificial, so made by a chemical process, which it is a safe process, you don't need to worry about that, but it's not natural flavoring, so we can make a lot of things taste like vanilla, but the simple nature of that means it doesn't have quite the same deepness of flavor as a proper bean will. And the beans are quite expensive. I'm not sure if in Europe it's quite up to the same. A bean here locally would cost about 12 euro, which I think even with the currency is a little bit cheaper. But it's not a cheap ingredient, which makes sense with the origin of it. So there are definitely some that in larger quantities do push up the price of a dish or a snack, but yeah, not to that same extreme. Okay, then it's a lot closer. You're excited for next Tuesday because of the because I said I'm going to make the s'more. Okay. As I said, I am going to make it. I do. Oh, okay. You're going out to Fancy. That's not a restaurant name that I am familiar with, but it sounds it sounds fancy, and I hope that you're going to enjoy a very delicious meal. Your person is taking you out somewhere fancy. Okay. Okay. More Chatham Post handicap. So 5 minutes without my glasses. Probably going to be running more. But adjusted crystal beer, that is insect glaive. And bow. Okay, I see. Just told you to dress fancy. That usually means that it's going somewhere really good. Well, usually. I was just... You got your outfit picked out together. And you're all excited. As I said, I really hope that you are going to be enjoying it and that you are going to have a delicious meal. What shall we pick? I'll need to go switch out the sword that we'll be going for. Dread Queen, then Silverwind. So after hours, a party with snacks. Oh, some of those snacks can be so delicious. Yeah, I need 5, unfortunately. So double kill. Okay. Still. I hope you'll be very well surprised. I hope you're going to be enjoying it a lot. And I can understand your excitement. This is one of those things where it's absolutely reasonable to be excited about. Does that mean I have a stack of paintballs somewhere? Looks like it. I have the flash bombs. I am ready to go. Well, I am not going to complain. To fight the interloper first. I do understand that, and I also understand your excitement for it. I hope you're going to have a wonderful evening on Tuesday. And we're having ads coming in, or already being there. Luckily, Rathalos ought not to present me any surprises. Having fought so many Dread Kings, I'm getting hit by his close fireballs when he's jumping up more often, but a lot of the rest of his movements is a lot nicer than Dread King's. Okay, now you're... Well, he was trying to be annoying. The kitties cracked the wing. Let's see. That's a nice tier. And he does keep to nudging me here. Those were very well positioned hits there. And there I get surprise fireballed again. Okay, let's get rid of the flames. And you've screamed about enough. Let's quiet you up a little. Sheesh. of course, that is going to kick me out of the area. Okay. Luckily, the 5 minutes are up. Let me get back here. Okay, I do absolutely understand them being livid. Yeah, Rathalon, like, basically every monster, maybe not every monster, every older monster has 0 wind-up attacks. From Rathian's run to that fireball. But it at least for me, makes he's down at the ending here, appearing in a fireball. I do think them fair, because it is basically, if you are standing in front of the monster, then you are going to run certain risks that you do just need to be aware of, and so yeah, I do think that they do have a place, an important place. But yeah, they can be annoying when you're used to the bigger version just shooting them above you because you're close enough that he is unable to hit you with it. But then again, in a game where that is not the case, I also understand people getting angry about it. It is... there is that. But I think with a lot of... oh, bloody hell, that was a mistake. With a lot of series that, like Monster Hunter, are very consistent with the monsters, with the combat mechanics, or at least mostly consistent, it leads to that... that divide between classic and newer players. And hello, Chair, how are you? I hope you're having a lovely Sunday today. Welcome in. That is... well, it's not bad. Could be better, but circumstances being what they are, it's probably a quite busy season for everybody, or for a lot of people. Everybody is probably overgeneralizing. Okay, Rathian is moving out. I do still need to ensure the removal of her tail. Okay. And I bloody stepped into the spikes. I'd rather avoid getting poisoned. But luckily, my Palico is doing very well in keeping me poison free. Even though I personally try to make work harder for him. Let's get the charge here. That's bad. And that was terribly lucky. I can't interrupt the combo. And had she not stumbled there, I would have been hit and poisoned again. Okay, that makes her angry again. But in a way, I don't think Rathian should be complaining too much. Well, now she does start complaining a lot. Okay. She goes right to her nest. By the time we manage to chase her down there, she's probably asleep. Slum Iron, I don't think that's fair. I've played with Cher a few times. She might not have the hunter rank some others do, but she is... You are a good hunter. And noob is only for the very beginners, not... I see. Well... In which case, I'd say you're not in the wrong position. And Tira, I am happy that you have a lanky... a warm, comfy blanket. Sorry, my brain was tossing some words together there. Yeah, but do remember that rocket jumping is not a thing in Monster Hunter, so if you want to do the high jumps, it's better to be positioning yourself in front of a greatsword or a hammer. Okay, fair enough. The last time I really played Gunlands was back in Freedom Unite. Haven't even put the gunlands onto the list of weapons. I don't think I will. I'll see how much space I have left after finishing the project. Maybe I'll be adding some more deviant gun lances into the normal mix. Yes, that is my reference for gun lance mechanic. To be fair, it's my reference for basically anything. I've played a lot more lance, a lot more, well, greatsword, dual blade back in the day. But my reference point is Freedom Unite. You mean in Freedom Unite? I do remember that for Freedom, you wouldn't be blowing up the tip of your lance very often. It removed sharpness terribly quickly and did not quite feel very strong. So if that was... So yeah, if you have 3 shells for 1 poke, then poking was a lot more reasonable to do, rather than wasting your time trying to blast. But that then did change later on. You are now doing a lot more damage with the shells, aren't you? Okay. 1 second. And you have 19 Fahrenheit outside, Tira, if I read this correctly. That is below freezing. Yeah, which would make it cold. I'm not sure exactly how deep below freezing. Like, I want to say -6, -5 Celsius, about there. Sounds about right, so... Yeah, that's cold. It's about the coldest we're getting about now. Mainly... We used to get winters up to -15 degrees Celsius. I think that would even be negative for Fahrenheit, but I'm not sure. And with proper shell... Okay, I'm happy to hear that the gun lance has been improved. Wind chill can add a ton of perceived coldness to something, yeah. So let's go for silver wind. -15 is still +5 Fahrenheit. Thank you for doing the conversions. But yeah, that would be about a normal winter, like 30 years back, but it's warmed up quite a bit, and nowadays I'm actually happy when we're getting down to -10 with some snow, mainly because it is going to be killing off all of the bloody insects that have come up from the south. They do not enjoy they do not enjoy the... Well, they can't stand the cold. as much as our local insects, and that would mean with a deep cold winter, a lot less mosquitoes in the summer. Can you send half of that over? I'd happily take half of that, Tira. A negative Fahrenheit would anything be -18. Okay. I'll try to remember. Well, I think it's rather easy to remember. A freezer temperature is about -18, or should be about -18. So freezer equals 0 degrees Fahrenheit. It's close enough for government work. They are indeed quite brutal, and basically geography is doing that for you. I am Euro. I am living in Luxembourg, a small country in Middle Europe, in Central Europe, and we are using the euro. Okay. Let's see if we can find our jumpy cat monster. I like Nargacuga so much. He is such... Fair enough. We do have some local cheese specialties. They're not named after the country, though. Okay. Oh yeah, that is understandable. So, where you live, it's getting so cold that studded winter tires are a reasonable purchase. I don't ever think that studded winter tires were a necessity, even to the for the colder years decades back. But despite the price tag, I'm happy you bought them. Good tires improve your road safety by a ton. I'm getting hit by the second swing there. Gouda is a very nice cheese. It's one of our staples. Well, family staples. But there are a ton of cheeses all around Europe that are quite nice. I do enjoy French cheeses the least. They do seem... they go a little bit too fancy with it, but cheese in general is a very nice... it's a very nice food. Sorry. I was trying to focus on the two of them, and apparently I have trouble doing three things at the same time. We very rarely smoke Gouda. It's not a very traditional thing for Gouda. And Slum Iron, you do seem to have you do need to prepare properly for the winter, for the winter conditions on the road. And yeah, there is okay. Let me... Okay, so... As I said, for my part, I do not have winters quite that harsh. And they are very good where I live of clearing the roads. But we're not getting inches and inches of snow. Parmesan, Gouda, Blue, there are, well, locally available, there are dozens of blue mold cheeses, as well as goat cheeses, that is something we have quite a variety of. But a good cheese, and as long as they are good cheeses, that is all. That is all very nice. Okay, I'm not sure it is that the smoking cheeses is a difference in a difference of ideas. In Europe, smoked cheeses seem to be very rare in comparison. I'd need to look. We have a ton of variety in our local supermarket for cheeses, so I don't want to say that they don't have any smoked cheeses, but a lot of the cheeses we have available are definitely not smoked. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Those covers save you a lot of time. And if you need an hour to scrape, that's really, really cold and really hard frozen. But yeah, I'm running covers too, and a lot of people here do that as well, just because it is, even though we don't have quite as hard of a work to clear our cars, it is still worth putting covers on. Grilled cheese, tomato sandwich, and... No. Grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. Again, there is some difference in food culture. We don't do grilled sandwiches all that much. We have some, but sandwiches for me are much more of a food eaten cold doesn't mean it's not delicious, but it's a difference in culture. And I do cook personally a lot with rice, a lot with pasta. There are some very nice recipes you don't need to do much. Fried rice from time to time, especially if I have leftovers. And I do eat bread, like many Europeans, but it's more of a meal in and of itself, with less making it sandwiches and more. Well, there's a word in German for it, but yeah, I'm not very used to grilling my bread. It is simple to make, that is true. I'd need to look to get the right kind of bread, though. Because, well, the bread I have currently at home is far too seedy. It has too much seed. That is pretty sure. I guess my best bet would be to do it with toast. We have white breads, and we have what we call American either toast or sandwich breads. But so I'm wondering whether that would make for the best start for... Okay, AdWords, I'll be picking it up later then. Yeah. I seriously feel like I want to go for a new desk at one point, because I have a bit of a shelf on my right hand side where another monitor won't fit, and putting in a third monitor into my setup, I think, would be a very good idea. Well, I'll have to see. So, ads ought to be over. And as I was wondering, I wonder if I do want to try to make a grilled cheese sandwich. If I shouldn't be going for, well, what we call American sandwich bread. Oh, you had a few seconds. Maybe it is time to try make gazpacho again. Possibly. Tira, I'm not sure. I don't have any at home. I'll be picking, let me pick up some on Wednesday. I'll be trying for the for a grilled cheese sandwich with probably some soup. I think the easiest for me would be a miso. Although, I'm not sure that goes well. I'll give it some more thought what I'll have with it. But I'll pick it up and give it a try. All three monitors work. Vertical, unfortunately, is not going to work out Slamiron. No, still not enough room. It'll move this one closer, but putting a third one in still wouldn't quite fit. So, at one point, a new desk it needs to become. Chicken noodle soup. Yeah, that sounds something appropriate for the season. With good melty cheese. Sounds very delicious. I'll give that a go. Okay, and I'm standing at the wrong box. Basically, I shouldn't be standing at a box at all. Silverwind, insect glaive, and bowgun. There we go. Pretty much. That is pretty much us, yes. Wrong sword. Let's bring Thunder Element. I'll be going with chicken noodle for my tryout. The last tomato soup didn't work out so well, and I want to focus on that one before adding something else to it. It might be on the second run when I'm more comfortable with the grilled cheese sandwich. Fair enough, it doesn't sound too hard, but yeah, one new thing at a time for me for cooking. Well, on the other hand, with Lesotho, you do know who your neighbors are. Oh, you do know it here too, but they are all quite different. They all have their own ticks. And they're all pretty close, so it's hard to be rid of them. And unfortunately, we have the least unfortunately least enjoyable French as a neighbor. Let's take this along. That would be for Stonefist. And that's another double kill. Understandable. that you would not want to travel with that. One of the things that is also unfortunate is that Paris, while being a very nice city, I do like... Okay, that was the wrong side to jump down of. Paris is a very nice city. It is not the dream city many think of it. So, I've heard from a lot of people that have visited Paris that they've been disappointed by it. So, might not necessarily be the case for you, but it could be so. Yeah. But I understand when you're having anxiety, especially flight anxiety, or your general anxiety is made worse by flying, it is not something you'd like to undertake very much, and also lacking the support system is going to be troublesome. So yeah, that is something unfortunate with traveling. Or if you want to travel but you do require some support, that is going to be unavailable during that time. Don't tell me the other one followed us up here. Oh, he absolutely did. Which, again, doesn't make it easier to come over. Okay. The normal Kami tower is losing, so at least I'll be spared the doubling up here. I hope that you have the opportunity to travel within the US a little bit more easily. Japan is such a beautiful country that I hope that you have a few destinations in mind at least, not just to be able to say that you did go. There are so many beautiful vistas and places that going to be able to have said you were in Japan is a waste of a holiday. But with your anxiety, I can understand where you're coming from. Kyoto is so beautiful. Unfortunately, the most beautiful areas are currently unavailable for tourists because of bad actors, which is making me terribly angry, like really, really angry. But Kyoto in general is very beautiful. There are very beautiful vistas in Tokyo as well. Osaka is absolutely worth visiting. There's a lot of very nice spots all about. I'm getting clawed at here. And I ought to be a little bit more careful again here. I would... I don't think that's fair towards Japan. It's more than just pretty to go to. It has a very unique culture that is really worth experiencing as well. Well, there is that, but also I do think that Pokemon being made by a Japanese company gives a lot of reasons to orient themselves on something they know very well. But yeah, it is a very it's a very nice country. It's very much worth visiting. A lot of very interesting cultural and societal aspects. Is it a place I want to live? Less so. There are still some aspects that there's some. There are some very strict aspects, and recently with so many bad foreign actors in the country leading to so you can say that you visited Johto. Understandable. It's but on the other hand, yeah, there is enough there that is worth visiting over, in my opinion, just being able to say you were there. Maybe that is due to the style of holidays I'm used to taking. In which case, it's not worth risking anything. It's unfortunate. Okay, that crab really doesn't want to come over here. Yeah, every 10 minutes it's not going to make for a good travel experience. Oh, I do remember that. You had to be a lot more selective with your traps. Well, most things were susceptible to shock traps at least, so... But even there you had the one or the other nasty surprise. Can I? Oh, bloody hell. They are the cheaper option, but for example, for Freedom Unite G rank Rajang, you do absolutely want a pitfall trap as well. You do not want to need to spend the extra time. But you, as said, you do need to be careful to get that correct. Okay, I have no idea what pinged him there. He reacted as if he had been hit by a... sonic bomb when hiding. Yes, he absolutely can, as can Nargacuga. Can jump over pitfall traps, depending on his state. Garuga can. Zinogre will basically eat the shock trap, yes. He is only susceptible to pitfall traps. And I'm probably missing monsters here. Well, the Bloss were not susceptible to pitfall traps. You had to sonic bomb them to get the effect. But I think as with the crabs, that has now changed. Although I haven't tried it myself yet. I do still enjoy throwing sonic bombs at them, if possible. Would I want to eat Kazu meat? Seriously don't know. He's very much... I don't know. He's weird enough that it might be absolutely delicious, but on the other hand, it might be infecting you with its weirdness. Okay. And then his bow. Okay, select few more. Okay. I have not seen that yet, but I haven't trapped Rajang in any of the newer games, so that would be the reason why. Okay. Half blights, especially with Thunder Blight, that's a good idea. And I'll be Furious Rushing is special. I'll have to try it then. As I said, I haven't hunted him with traps in any of the 3 modern ones, so I've not yet seen him do that before, but I'll do it to see how it goes. How angry he becomes. There is Kezu. So while everybody else is cooking the crab, let's go hunt a Kezu for a very well, I'm not sure it should be done, but for a suspicious taste test, let's do it. I'm like thinking about I want to bring something, but yes, I did want to bring something. Something not unimportant. I did not bring... Okay. Let's quickly run back and pick up the hot drinks. Makes for a much more comfortable hunt. Angry red arm mode. Fair enough. He's pretty easy to get into that. He doesn't have the most patient of tempers. Make him angry and then try to trap him. Okay. Luckily, the transfer didn't take too long. We still have time. We need him to be Super Saiyan. I'm not sure if there ever was a mix between Kaioken and Super Saiyan. But I very much understand what you mean, so let's get him to Kaioken Super Saiyan before trying to trap him. Would you please get off that bloody wall? There we are. Of course, Kezu then decides that the ceiling is more convenient to him than being on the floor. Okay, and that was my bad. Okay. Too aggressive. Kezu is a very fun monster. I do enjoy him a lot, especially his music. It's absolutely brilliant. And yeah, You had Red Kezu carry you for both of them. Well, let's be kind. He did not choose to look like this. Kurupeko is nice, indeed. I prefer... For the colored birds, I prefer Hypnocatrix. But he's been gone from the series for... Well, I guess about the same amount of time. They were both in Frontier. And seriously, him, like, Hypnoc with Great Macau would have made for a nice team. They both enjoyed jumping a lot. Okay, I was not aware of Kurupeko having a thunder subspecies. I was aware that he is himself doing fire, or stuff with fire. Thunder is not a bad element. Especially for the paralysis it can provide, that can be very handy. Oh, okay. So it was something special in Stories 1. I see. Okay. Had he jumped on top of me there, I would have deserved it. Fair enough. So, a lot of stuns, a lot of paralysis for your team. Okay, nice. Let's get these hits in. Yeah. The arts should be over again. Okay, are you coming towards me now? Let's get the charge. You're not jumping enough in this direction. Come on. There we go. That's him in the trap finally. It's a nice idea, but I also have to say that it fits an RPG a lot more than it would fit the mainline Monster Hunter games. And yeah, it can make for a very interesting aspect in a story or as a mechanic. Bloody hell. Ice element Rathian. Okay. My first thought when you told me that was thinking of Legiana. That's probably close enough to the idea. And a thunder element Brachydios. Was he available with Blast, or was that fire instead? It still applied Blast and Thunder element damage. Okay, cool. He's going to probably be an even more annoying Brachydios to fight than Raging already is. Okay, so his normal attacks applied blast damage, and when he did a kinship attack with another monster, he would be applying Thunder element? Was that how it worked? I've played it, but it's been a very long time ago. And the Kezo is pretty tough. And I'm far too aggressive. Okay, he's flying away. Okay, I see. So most of the time they were applying their proper element, and then they had these special moments where they would show that they could do more than just that one element. So Rathian was not running about shooting ice balls instead of fireballs. It still makes for a very enjoyable and tactical aspect to the game. Not really getting lucky with this one. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for hyper. And I guess we also have to hope that being hyper doesn't ruin the meat compared to a normal Kezu. Okay, that is actually a very nice touch. So a Thunder element Tigrex would be... a Fire element Tigrex would have... Yeah, okay, bloody hell, then... The normal stripes are... It's yellow and orange, though, if I remember correctly. So you had some idea of their change type, but it didn't change the look of the monster completely. Fair enough. Okay. I really did not guess I had to use up all my mega potions here. So small signs that they had different capabilities and different elements, but keeping it subtle. Okay. All small changes. Or smallish changes at least. Unfortunate. I was really hoping he'd take another step forward. Oh, okay. I see. I have not had the pleasure of fighting Kurapika all that often. So... But Konur is something I am aware of, so... Ooh, this Kezu is quite tough. But I've also been terribly too aggressive all the time. And him being hyper, any scratch deals a lot of damage. I do not have the patience to wait to heal up naturally. I'm happy I got him there, but... Yeah, no, full stop, I'm happy I got him there. I would have wanted him to stand around for a while. As any normal Kezu does when they are thinking about taking a nap. Well, I hope that Sparky is living his best post-game life. Safe in the... safe away from the hunter civilizations. Oh, that is sad. That's unfortunate. The 3DS was already surprising. Oh, no, actually the DS started already a trend of more unstable games. It is unfortunate that he did not survive that. Bloody hell, I thought that would go past me. You technically got a replace. A replacement is never exactly the same though. So, very nice in general, but unfortunately not the same. Yep, but sometimes we have to take what we can get, and old gaming friends disappear into the ether. Okay, I don't think I'll need all of that anymore, but then on the other hand, Kezo has shown that he's going to be quite willing to punish any undue aggressiveness. Nice. So you had a very reliable partner for your journey on the Switch as well. Please stay there. Well, of course he's not staying unless he's coming back down. Okay. He's not going over to area 5, so the most likely is area 3 here. Or not. Is also not here. Cherry Stone is a nice nickname for a Crimson Kurupeko. Okay, which way? Did I miss out on him? Yeah, back to the cave? Could be. They were hurt enough to go to the nest. Okay, there they are. Oh well, that was 5 minutes wasted on carting and running and him running away. You yourself got maxed out Jaggy armor. Okay, I do not remember how strong that would be. But if you manage to finish the game with it, it can't have been bad. And I absolutely, completely forgot to carve him because I was so annoyed. Oh yeah, him being a glass cannon, I can absolutely see. He can dish out a lot of damage, but he doesn't take it. So, Plum Iron, I got the Kezu meat. Maybe we even get a special cut. I'm sacrificing one for a taste test all around though, not just having that for myself. And apparently, according to the people doing the item description, it doesn't seem to be very enjoyable. But, okay. Let's do Grimclaw Thunderlord and then probably more Hellblade. More Hellblade and Dread King. The Great Jaggy King. Well, with the training the monsters are getting, I'd be surprised if he weren't an absolute beast, superior to any other Jaggy on the Great Jaggy on their own. And I am thinking, out of all of the okay, no idea whether monster list, whether, so they are bird wyvern, that is what I was expecting, but Kutku is a bird wyvern and so is Yangaruga. So he's not the biggest out of the bird wyverns. That would be going to Deadeye Yangaruga. But he is a big one out of the wingless bird wyverns. Let's put it like that. Okay, Thunderlord. Oh, of course he's munching me immediately. Great Buggy is larger than Great Juggy. Okay, that surprised me. Maybe it was later on where he became a lot larger. Because I have a quite sizable memory of him being rather big. Okay, I'll take it. And Great Roggy is in the middle. Oh, bloody hell. Okay. For I remember Great Juggy pretty much as a giant. Oh, come on. In a way, I'd absolutely agree. But I wonder... I think it was in 4 where he's actually quite a big boy. Great Juggy. Or again... No, Great Juggy is in 4 for you, isn't he? Okay, fair enough. Would you say that he is larger in 4 for you than Great Buggy and Roggy in 3? Okay, so he needed a game to get his growth spurt and then surpass the other 2. Oh, okay. Great Roggy was that... Oh, bloody hell, that's bad. Was that big. And Buggy is still bigger. Okay. He has then seriously shrunk over the years. He's not that big. They're not that big in Rise, are they? Oh, bloody hell, timing. Am I completely misremembering this? 1 3/4 hunter size. That is big for a flightless bird wyvern. That is properly big. 1 3/4 is actually that's not necessary. That's even standing taller than Rathros Rathian. Okay, no chance. So Juggy was only about as big as Geodrome originally. Man, did he grow up. I do prefer his larger incarnation, I think. Yeah, okay, that is pretty tall for a flightless bird wyvern. Okay, Thunderlord parting with his tail. I have had to part with more Mega Potions than I'd like to. Yeah, he was tall indeed, and then he definitely has shrunk down in Rise. Okay, I'm happy I got the hit. I am unhappy I got hit. So he was tall but leaner. Fair enough. Okay. We got him. He did put us through some troubles, though. Basically a great, tall great Jagger with sleep. So, never put yourself into the cone of his projectile or have evasion and you'll be fine. Yeah, he's become pretty much a punching bag there. And the all-important tickets. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I don't really have such a monster, mainly because I don't really never sat down to do other weapon types. So Thunderlord is light bowgun. And so he is the, in your opinion, perfect pinata to hit on when you need a punching bag. That is actually very fair. I mean, who doesn't want a willing punching bag from time to time? Or was that unwilling? I'm not sure. With some of the monsters in Rise, I'm not sure if they're willing or unwilling punching bags. Okay, Grim Claw, and then we should have come around. At least from the ticket count. It doesn't matter too much what I take, because I do not need... no free special things. Okay. Before this hunt, I think I'll be taking a very short bio break. Okay, cool. You have a dragon element Yagi. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. So like a shrunken down Devilio. Or Devil Joe, I think, is the official English pronunciation. Cool, cool. But, as I said, I'll be taking a very quick break. I'll be right back. I want to thank all of you in advance for your patience. Thank you very much, and see you after the break. I am back. Thank you all very much for your patience. And Mark, thank you very much. Hello, welcome in. It is very much appreciated. I hope that you had a lovely Sunday so far. Let me get... No, actually, you. Let me get everything up. Did I order... Oh, let's bring it. I've wasted a few too many mega potions on the last few hunts. Okay, Grimclaw is coming up. Unfortunately, we have some Iodrome in the vicinity as well. I hope he doesn't want too much attention. You made a third Monster Hunter Rise character. That is absolutely fair. It is something I don't really do. I have very much a single save. But I am happy that you feel like you want to create a new one. Thank you for your watch streak, and you've limited yourself to Zinogre or a Matsu Defender. Defender camera or Zinogre gear. Okay. And Amatsu, of course, is one. That is something I've... Oh, sorry. Kamura. Yeah. You did type it wrong. I didn't exactly realize what you meant. Ah, bloody hell. Oh, the Iodrome is getting annoying. Luckily, I think he has decided to move on. Yeah, autocorrect can be terribly annoying. Languages. Phones do themselves so terribly hard when you're speaking multiple languages. And up until a while ago, Google was actually pretty good with it, being able to recognize the language you were typing and then showing you the results for that language. But now they've switched to, well, you said that your language, your main language, you want English, so We know that you typed something in French, but we're going to give you the answer in English, and it's so frustrating. Or German, or with all of the various languages. Google all tries to give me just English now, and it's very annoying. Yeah, there's so much trouble with all of that. Oh, bloody hell. That was silly. Seriously, that was actually worse. Okay. Okay, let's try not to be too silly. We do need to be patient. Okay, Iodrome is back. Let's hope he is less aggressive. Sure, shoot. Okay, that's a crack of that claw. Let's get the other side cracked as well. Okay, what the hell hit me there? Oh, that was Iodrome jumping in. Yeah, indeed, you can do that. I don't exactly understood why they were... well, no, I have an idea why they might have done that. Because I think they don't want to have people, quote-unquote, waste their time by needing to do something double, but also the story both in the hub and in the village is basically the same, so being like, yeah, we can skip now one now is fair enough, basically. I wish they would bring the village back properly. But I'm not sure how many of the new audience would then sit down and do the village. Probably not all that many, because the story will need to be bound to the hub anyway. And now he's eaten the tree slope up. Iodrome, I think I need to kill you next time. Yeah, I really need to kill you next time. I don't think it's too bad to be able to do that in a way. On the other hand, as I said, I do miss the proper village progression. Maybe it's just me. I don't remember Apex Azuros being any bad. Okay, then again, I do have Red Helm experience, and that guy can absolutely be a menace. It is the light bow gun and bow missing. There we go. So we have yeah, that's how I saw them, so you should have gotten enough experience in the village to be able to do that though. And enough material for arms and armor if you grind a little bit. Don't think it's that out there in a way. Okay, let's have a look. I wanted to check how many tickets I have. So first for Dread King. That's Hellblade. That's fair too. So that is 2 tickets. And then Dread King Blaster, no tickets. Okay, I don't have anything anymore, but Dread King is still my next target. But also I think if you're coming out of the village there, I don't know how bad throwing Apex Azuros at you is. It might be annoying for a new player. But absolutely, the rampages themselves, I'm not a fan of. I can respect what they were trying to do, but Monster Hunter is not a tower defense, and they should have never put it up as one, so yeah. Not only would nobody have cared, I think the deviants would have been more interesting to fight. No, I am missing some stuff. So first I'm taking it dusted, and I am taking more stuff here, so I can combine myself enough flash bombs in order to take on Dread King. At least he's alone. Well, you could have taken the armor for the deviants. I don't know if they would have done the work to bring them over, but especially considering that they didn't do a simple color swap for the Apex ones. I mean, yeah, you could have just done a color swap, but they didn't even do that. But they would have had a very solid template for the armors. I think it would have been to have a look at how how much work it would have been to bring the armor over. It would have meant Bloodbath, and that would have been a serious challenge. I think also black is an easy color to make something look good in. At least that's my opinion. Yeah, Red Helm over Apex Azuros is the more interesting fight. I thought I had... Thunderlord is a very fun Zinogre version. Oh my, yes, please, gimme. Mix that color scheme, have him both be able to use thunder and dragon element attacks. And yeah, the armor also would be absolutely smoking, but the monster itself would already be very nice. Yeah, indeed. Oh yes. Have the two elements on the blades. Oh yeah, that would absolutely be making for an absolute menace, especially against monsters that would be weak to both. But yes, unfortunately they decided not to include any Apex armor. Okay, I did get the tail for him lying down here though. The wings are the more important target. Bloody hell. There were several older dual blades with double element. I can have a quick look through the list on the game here, but they weren't unique back in the day. Well, back in the day in Freedom Unite, I think you had at least 3 double element dual blades. I'm pretty sure you had a fire poison one from Rathian Rathalos. I want to say that you had a thunder ice from Kirin Kushala. Ice and poison. Thank you, Tara. And also thank you for coming in. Hello, hope you're having a wonderful Sunday so far. Okay. I'm taking a rather vague memory here from my days. I was using a little bit more than just longsword. I was hoping for him to land. Okay, I thought I had evaded that last one. Get down there. Well, congrats on beating Village Valstrax. I hope, well, whether or not you enjoyed the fight, it is now over. You don't need to worry about him anymore if you don't, or at least the village version if you don't want to. Rathalos with the white glow. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think that could look very, very nice with Apex Rathalos. I seriously haven't fought Apex Rathalos in a long while now. But you've beaten him even if it was a brutal fight. But come on. Okay, let me go fetch my supply drop here. It's going to group healing and the flash bombs a lot closer together. I believe you. As I said, I haven't fought him myself in a while, so that would make me unsure about the following specifics then. First time you defeated Amatsu, you had 4. Ooh, that is not a lot. But I do forget if in Rise Amatsu was a 50 or a 35-minute fight. I want to say 50-minute fight. But I don't quite remember. Oh no, that's a wasted flash bomb. Okay. Let's combi some stuff up. Especially the flash bombs though. They are quite helpful against him here. Come on up. There we go. Okay, seems like we begin down soon anyway, but you did not. Did not want to fall down. Fair enough. Okay. Come back up. Oh, bloody hell. Dread King, indeed. Okay, I have no idea how that flash bomb managed to do anything. In general, or specific to Generations Ultimate, Mark? In run, okay. Oh, bloody hell. Badly poisoned again. At least I'm not carting. Terra, I very much get that. I do play most when I'm not on stream, I basically always play offline, so it's a habit from Freedom Unite. Basically, if I wanted to do a lot of progress there, I had to do alone. I had to fight alone because you didn't always have everybody around if you wanted to go hunt a monster. And thus, a habit developed. There is the tail. Let's mark you again. Okay, and now we get... If you have Rise on the Switch, unfortunately, I won't be able to help you very much. For I have bought Rise on PC. And there is, unfortunately, no cross-play between the two. Okay, he's moving on. Somewhere there is a trap that is never going to get used. And this Dread King is very... Well, he's dreadfully trying to get on my nerves. Absolutely fine. There is no... It runs well on Switch, I mean, so there is no regard there for one hardware over the other. But I am very much mainly bloody hell, of course. Well, fair enough. I mean, he can be a slidey bastard. Okay, I hope with him being tired now that he'll stay down for a little bit longer. Okay, finally, it's taking long enough. Okay, that took a while, but he bloody comes down. Well, I think that'll be going ahead for a few more years at least. But before they finish up Wilds or complete Wilds, I'd absolutely want them to fix Wilds, because on PC it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. You're lagging in solo play already, and in multiplayer it's not even yeah. So I do hope that they fix it. It's almost been a year, and I mean, come on. That's not how you treat an entire community. I mean, and then the original excuse of they did their best, and well, apparently they did, because they're not even trying to fix it. But it's yeah. Tira, Mark, it's not a competition. You're both allowed to hate Lagombi. I think you might have mentioned it like hours ago, but maybe repeat it. Somebody might have not immediately realized it yet. Yeah, that is indeed the case. Are they actually running on the same engine, though? I'll quickly check that. I want to say yes. Okay, they're both RE engine. I mean, it's visually a stunning engine, and you can make it work really, really well, but yeah, that's what I mean. You can make it run butter smooth, but I don't know what they were doing with the newer games. Maybe they were reaching the limits of the engine earlier than they were expecting, and they are now pushing badly into territory where the engine doesn't run properly anymore, or they're not trying to optimize it, especially for the PC, where optimization is actually one of the most important aspects. You do want to reach an audience as wide and far as possible. So Dread King is actually only the bow for the weapons left, but I didn't get any enough scales. Can I can improve the armor though. Okay, that is good. At least something to spend the tickets on. Good. And I was looking at the wrong row. I was looking at Deadeye. Dread King actually has a few more he needs to do. Yeah, that could be the issue. Or that could be part of the issue. But then again, other engines do fine. It might be in the detail of the engines, of course, but in which case it actually doesn't make sense that they managed to have it run fine on the consoles over PC. I don't know. I don't know exactly what they were cooking up, but unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, it has some issues it's struggling with. And all that talk about Lagombi makes me want to go hunt one. I understand it though. Dragon Dogma 1 was an underappreciated gem, and 2 has a bit more a broader support, so I can absolutely understand that they want to see the respect. Yeah. Dragon's Dogma 1 is a brilliant game. I've not played the DLC yet. I don't even know if I've got it, but it is a very nice game. And Dragon's Dogma 2 has the same promise in its foundation, so I can really understand the community wanting to see that potential polished and shown at its possible best. Well, congratulations on your Lagombi. Oh, bloody hell, I forgot the hot drinks, didn't I? It's the Arctic... It's the Arctic Ridge. Ah, bloody hell. Okay. Let's hurry up. I've brought steaks. Okay, that's at least a charge. You're smacking Kuluyaku. Well... I'll be ensuring at least one less Lagombi will continue to breed here. Fair enough. I prefer to have my steaks. I don't want to... I don't like grinding for the dash juice you need for them. Okay, that took a while. Finally, yellow charge. No, 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 no. Oh, bloody hell, that was... I was seriously hoping to get a Sakura slash in there. And of course I have to touch the snowball to make myself into a snowball. This is Adept Longsword. I've been playing it as basically the only style I've ever used in Generations Ultimate, for the longsword at least, because it is complementing my usual hunting style so well, and it requires a little bit of adjusting, but it is a very fun style. Okay. Okay, that is a break I'm not unhappy to see. Well, Dread King is one of the more tedious monsters. I haven't... Bloody hell. Double monsters become very annoying very quickly. I hate Bullfango, and by extension, Bulldrome. I'm wasting good time here. Okay. He's down at least. Oh, he's not catching strays. He's going to come fetch them. He is a... He's annoying. He's He's probably meant to be annoying, as are the Bullfango, but they did a little bit too well there. It's the only monsters that I really hate. Well, it does tell me how much you're hating Lagombi. That is your opinion, and you're absolutely entitled to have that. Personally, though, I dislike Bulldrome more. But he also had a lot longer to get on my nerves than Lagombi had. Of course he's not going to stay, at least a single stake is enough. I hope you're getting your plumes. I am not sure, I don't remember how many you could have gotten from a single quest, but I hope that you found all of them. Okay. It was a one-hit kill, lucky for him. Oof. Okay, so you can get... You'll need to double up on him anyways then. Okay, some jellies. I do not need those. I was hoping for some mountain herbs or another account item. And my 2 tickets. Oh, you were the daily hunt. Bulldrome was the daily hunt. Well, doesn't matter. Good riddance for Bulldrome. If only by hunting enough of them we could get rid of Bulldromes and Bullfango, but unfortunately they seem to have a secret breeding area where no humans have ever gone. So we have... Oh, okay. Snow Baron does not have very many weapons. Or at least not very many of the weapons I was planning to make. But that is 2 more armor pieces upgraded. Oh no. Wasn't there an event quest with a properly huge Bulldrome already? Like not Gammoth size, but big. I mean, everything would be insane. If they scale his running speed, he's going, well, depending on which way they want to scale it, but no, I'm sorry. I'm happy we don't have a Gammoth-sized Bulldrome. Absolutely happy about that. There is a mandatory quest that has a ginormous bull drum. Yeah, I remember vaguely that there is a huge bull drum somewhere, but I don't remember where. Okay. If you'd all be so nice to remind me what that quest is, I'll be going to kill him. Just out of spite now. If such a thing exists, it needs to get removed from the gene pool. Okay, he's not quite as big. I think I remember now. Let me go fetch it, if I'm not mistaken. It's a double quest with Geodrome. He'll have to bow out quickly. Geodrome, that is. Survival of the biggest. Isn't it this one with the... Well, I've just been annoyed by Bulldrome. I'll go kill another one. We'll have some collateral damage for Geodrome, but... I mean, he shouldn't have teamed up with Bulldrome if he wanted to live. Well, with how much running they are doing, it's going to be a pretty chewy bacon, so we'll need to smoke it for at least... Well, we need to smoke it and then hang it for at least a few months before this is becomes edible. Very nice. Well, I don't think Geodrome is really chicken. That is more Kutku in my opinion. Kuro is also chicken, yes. He's a reptile, but... Okay. Geodrome. Your time has come. Perfect timing, actually. Okay, luckily, he's not quite as big as Gamoth, but this one still needs to die. Damn the hitbox on this one. Yeah, this is bad enough. We don't need Gamoth sized. Yeah, now imagine twice that. Gamoth is quite big, so... No, this is more than bad enough. Okay, he's lying down. Not wanting to give him time to recover. Come on, flinch. Yeah, this is good riddance. On contrast, Geodrome was friendly. Let's put it like that. No, even this is... Oh, I do know. They had a lot more troll stuff in the older games. I love it, but... Well, I love everything except this. This Bolfango is a mistake. It should have never existed. It's already too big. No, not Bolfango, Buldrum. Sorry about that. No, he's already no. He's so bad. It's making my brain confused about the name already. So, no, too big. Buldrum was pretty big here. But you're right. Gendrum was a lot more normal sized. But then again, it's a distribution on how big they get. And we can actually follow this up. Of an Anjanath. Yumi. Geodrome being the size of Anjanath. Yeah. This is something where they can become rather big. Let us hunt. If I can find her. Oh, that's a capture quest. In this case, I'd say absolutely that was dessert. I only have a capture quest for... Gamoth. Sorry, I'm just going to give a quick look. No, these are all hyper. Gendrum, it depends on how you look at it. Can live in a tundra, but the Arctic Ridge is less so. Yeah, let's do it. I need to capture her. Let's bring some capture material along. Let's not forget the hot drinks. And again, I am so happy. Did I mix them up now? Did I... Okay, if that happened, I'm sorry. I mixed them up. My bad. Geodrome. Yeah. I meant Geodrome even if I said Gendrome. See, that is how bad my brain was affected by the size of that bulldrome. That is how wrong that is. And this is Gamoth. And I'll reiterate. I am so happy. So happy that no bulldrome has ever managed to grow to anywhere even close to this. No. Bulldrome was still at least only half the size. The baby Gamoth was an event quest, wasn't it? A mammoth mistake. Fair enough. Let me do that then afterwards, because fair enough, that Gamoth is indeed the size of a bulldrome. But luckily, there is still no bulldrome the size of Gamoth. Maybe a male Gamoth? We wouldn't exactly know about that, but my guess would be that even a male Gamoth would just be too big for a bulldrome to ever be allowed to become. Bloody hell, she has very good aim. Okay. Well, not having eaten, I should not be surprised that I cart. There's a good reason you do that. Okay. Devilio is... oh, okay. You mean World Eater Joe. Okay, I had... I don't mind Devilio too much, I have to say. But if there was such a big Garmoth in Monster Hunter 2, I am very happy it got hunted and is now extinct. No Bulldrome should ever have the right to grow this ridiculously large. Oh my. Okay, I see where they're getting the name from. This is the normal Kushala, G-rank Kushala set. The main reason I'm using it for is it has handicraft and some other nice utility skills. And handicraft is just so useful. Well, I hope that RNGesus is kind to you today. A mix of comfy, but with a very useful skill, yes. Sheath Sharpen is very handy, and I do also enjoy having the heat reduction and the other bonuses from Antitostra. It makes for quite a nice break, not needing to think about cool drinks, which in a way is counterproductive because it makes me forget about the hot drinks as well, but it is a very nice combination that makes for a good time when hunting, especially a monster where you sheath more often. You'll be able to prolong the amount of sharpness you have nicely. And that led to me picking it up because it's has some very nice utility. And I do not worry about the normal skills that I want on my armor, that being evade distance and evade extender and evasion, just because they are very useful for my evasion focused hunting style. Okay. Generations is the most expansive Monster Hunter game. I don't think any other... Well, Frontier. Frontier would have had more monsters, but except Frontier, Generations I think has the most monsters and subspecies. And with these styles, they made it an absolute blast to play. Well, and that despite me only having a single style I really use. When I replayed Freedom Unite over the last year, I needed 250 hours to get to G rank, I think. Something like that, but I wasn't rushing it. Monster Hunter, in my opinion, is a game best enjoyed if you're not rushing it. Freedom Unite has a very nice amount of content. Okay. That being said, I absolutely need to paint. Okay, I still have time. Well, I did sit down to finish up all the quests before moving on, making the armor and weapon at least long swords properly, so yeah, it took a while. Why am I... Stop running, put down the trap, and then trank him, or her better. Yeah, absolutely. Enjoying the game slowly is a very good way to enjoy Monster Hunter, in my opinion. So, if ever we get a bull drone back that is that huge, I'm immediately going to kill it. I've done the Prowler quests. Like, you needed to do 100 Prowler quests on the base game in order to get the award here. That would be in the Academy. There is an award for... Or wasn't it in the... Okay, don't... Oh, Burner, that could have been it. There we go. Who sees a number of completed quests from that of many a hunter, and because I did want to get that, I pushed myself up to do that. But if you take a look at this, I think no, I've not really used anything except longsword. And that is pretty much how I look everywhere. basically, my longsword collection is more or less complete, even if it's not all. Like I'm missing 20, 25-ish. Well, with these about 25 to 30 weapons that I haven't completed yet, but I've basically another, so one and a third pages is for my long swords, and then 3 and a fourth and 3 and 3/4 of pages is for any other weapons. So plus, that's not actually true. Half of this page is for amulets. So yeah, I have a very strong focus towards longsword. Okay, we do have this complete. Let's bring it in. Let's hope that we have something good in here. Meld, fables first. Time registered. The one I'm currently going for is... So I'm looking for a talisman that has handicraft, hopefully 6, and a triple slot, such that the need for the slots on the armor is reduced, and I can use more armors with a double handicraft, because in this game you need 15 points for handicraft to fully give you its maximal advantage, and being able to bring 9 points on a talisman would be very handy. So that is what I am going for. Okay, you asked me to show the smallest possible Gamoth. It's nice because I am not very good at capturing. I've gotten better over the last few months, but I have the unfortunate tendency to slay the monster rather than capturing it. High rank, thank you. There we are, a mammoth mistake. Okay, this is luckily not a capture quest. Yeah, so having Capture Guru and having gotten used to Capture Guru, and again, I did forget to eat before coming here. Oh well. Guess I'll be killing another one. At least I brought the hot drinks. And I guess I'll be killing another Gamoth without adequate preparation. Okay. Are we having ads incoming? I'll be pausing until then, such as not to be halfway through the quest when the ads are coming in. I do want to thank all of you for your patience with the ads. Well, we'll see. the details when we get even closer, but yeah, there is there's a lot there. Yeah. Well, I'm here and well, I could leave. I could leave. Okay, ads ought to be over. So yeah, this is the small one. It's it does know how to throw snowballs, so no, I'm having flashbacks to the first time I killed it. No, I'm not going to do that again. It's too precious. I can't kill it a second time. I have the tick as quest complete, so I don't actually need to do it again. But yeah, so that is definitely even more the range of a big bullfanger than a bull drum, but well, the one thing I really hoping for at the moment, the desire sensor cannot really screw up on me. The main thing I do need are the level tickets from the deviants, and you are guaranteed to get 2 for each kill. And that is the main thing I really have at the moment as a grind, and it's... I know I've been saying that basically every day so far. Not sure if I said it today already, but it's gotten a lot of a more tedious grind than I was expecting at the beginning. Mainly because I didn't think about properly how many quests I would have to do to collect all the tickets, but it's a lot. And the one thing I want in another game, that being large Elder Dragon gems in Freedom Unite, there is no kindness for that. There is no way to twist the desire sensor to give you large Elder Dragon gems. That is just an impossibility. You'll see everybody else get them, and only when you sacrifice like 55 newborns, you'll be given the chance of getting one. Freedom Unite was a little bit harsh on that one. Wilds did have a huge advantage over Freedom Unite. You didn't need to repeat the quest twice in order to kill the Elder Dragon. In Freedom Unite, Elder Dragons would run away, leaving you with basically very few items. And so you had to double up on them, and you only could get the Elder Dragon, the Dragon Gems, when you had a kill and not a and you didn't chase them away. So yeah, that was something of a hurdle. And as I said, I did start a new save file. Resulting in a lot of necessary fights. And there's one longsword that requires 3 large Elder Dragon Gems in order to be able to be upgraded to its last stage, and it is very, very harsh. Three large Elder Dragon Gems, indeed. And I think every weapon type had one where you required that many. Okay, let's see if I can find the Azuros we came for. Although Malfestia was also on the required slay list. Do we have a balloon floating about? That would speed up the search a little. There are none. Okay. I've caught up with him, even though he is using the chance to run away immediately. But at least here, I now know where he is. Okay, I did not want to actually climb that ledge, but what are you going to do? Hello, Legion. Hello, welcome in. There is a longsword requiring 2. If you give me a second, I can fetch you the name after, or rather, sorry, 3 Elder Dragon Gems for that longsword, and I'll go fetch the name afterwards. Look, I understand that Red Helm is wanting to give out bear hugs, but... Come on. Oh, okay, I see. Arzuros is, or was, hungry and he wanted to go fetch some honey. And then I reminded him that maybe you ought not to fetch honey when you have a hunter trying to skin you. Okay, I'm not unhappy for him to be in the trap for this long. It gives me a chance to massage his hair, which is one of the annoying, you have to break his hair in order to get that specific drop. Luckily for high rank I have more than enough mohawks collected. Okay, I could not avoid that bear hug, luckily it only scratched me. Yeah, and he is running off quite quickly here. I am fine. I don't need his hair. It's always a nice bonus to have the break, but it's unneeded. I have a lot. I have a lot of the high rank rarity at least. And it's a lot easier to break in G rank because he has a lot more attacks where he comes down for a moment and you can hit him with your backhand with a helm splitter. You couldn't have given me a tier. Oh well. Let's see if we have any collectible mushrooms. I think you mean Amatsu. Yeah, that is another autocorrect strikes again. Yeah. That does indeed seem to be a little bit... Well, not just a little bit, it's an issue. I think I have killed it on mine. I'd rather not have a correction if it's going to be wrong that often. Okay. I have no idea how many talismans are left after the last run. At least... Yeah, to a large degree, absolutely. Typos are usually a lot closer to the word you were trying to write, meaning that it's harder to misunderstand it than completely. Okay, I need a bow. There we go. And then the other ticket goes into the gunner armor. There we are. Okay, and I did say that I wanted to look up the weapon. So, one quick second. There we are. So, in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, the Hellish Slasher, the last weapon out of the straight bone tree, requires, well, 150,000 zenny. That is peanuts. You need 2 strong Fatalis wings. You need 2 strong Fatalis Crimson wings. You need 2 strong white Fatalis wings. And you need 3 big Elder Dragon jewels. It's the most ridiculous weapon ever. And it has a raw damage of 300. It's a shown damage of 1,440 damage, which is not as useful as the raw damage of being 300. And if I take a look at my finished longswords, there is a 300, there's 320, 300, 310. I mean, a lot of the swords reach or surpass that more often than not, and they were all easier to make. So, yeah. It's not necessarily a power creep because you're not even like huge raw damage you always need to put into context with the game, but yeah. To give a strength comparison between the weapons, I can use the Darkness Within. That same weapon also existed in Freedom Unite. If I were to find it. Or am I confusing it? I might be confusing it with the Fatalis Sickle. Is the Galing Lake Flame. I have the Killer Sickle. Okay, I might have confused it here. Oh, it's a Tormentor. Okay. it's called quite differently. Let me see. Where is the normal Tormentor? There we go. There we go. There we go. So that one has a final attack of 220. A little bit more sharpness though, so... yeah, that's been quite a difference. But the monsters have become... Yeah, that exists as well. I can also make that comparison. Because that was a 290 in... that is 219 Freedom Unite, and that is 30 points stronger here, so... not quite the difference to Darkness Within, but yeah, even that is a little bit stronger here. Yeah. And that is now a while ago, but I did at one point say that I wanted to have a look through the dual blades for dual affinities. So we have one here, Bomb and Ice. Ice and Water for the Zamtrios line. Another Bomb and Fire for... Oh, those are special blades. Those are event blades. Yeah, that is often the case, that if you go back, that you have an absolute murder time on them. So then we have the blades that the proprietor was using as well. There's also a double status here. But I do count them as double as well. Crimson. None of the deviants have a double one. That is actually fine. I am not exactly sure where they are. Plessy. Hello, Silver. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday and welcome. So yeah, there are a few. I might have missed some here. Rarity 6 also gets sleep. Fair enough. I do not exactly have the space to go through of all of them. Although, no matter what, those are a pair that I do want to bring along. Be able to bring along at one point. But yeah, there is more than one pair of dual blades that is actually carrying a dual type. Which is actually something I enjoy, that they are putting some of the possible specialities of the weapons into the spotlight. Okay, let's go for one more Hellblade. Let's hope that he's dropping a few things. So, Hellblade. Okay, let's hope he goes as smoothly as the first round. Or rather, the first one I hunted today. And we're spawning in pretty close to them. So, Deviants should not yet have decided to move on by the time I arrive. I'll be trying to cut the tail if possible. Luckily, I do not have any need for them, as I have currently no need for scales or carapaces. And I absolutely don't want to see any Hellblade powder. It is one of those nice things that a lot of people, I think, enjoy, being able to go back to an earlier stage of the game and just whack it. It is something that is very great to see in Metroidvanias, but also in other games, just being able to see your progress or feel your progress that viscerally is something really enjoying. Oh, come on. First you snap at me and then you explode me. Have some manners. Okay. Let's have a mega potion. Okay, that bloody Uruktor is also not really having manners. Okay, okay, that was a nice boom on the tail. I'll be not hitting my Sakura Slash, of course not. Why should I? And he is running off. Well. I'll be moving on as well, following him down. Yeah, that was a good hit on the tail. Okay, he's running away with his explosive tail. Such things indeed feel great when you can just take a monster apart and it can't even fight back. Yeah, the drones, or like Geodrome, is too jumpy for that. Well, all of his friends are too jumpy for it as well, but so... But you can enjoy, if you can push them somewhat into a corner, you have some time for you to just enjoy the pummeling. But at one point they will fly out because the way they flinch. Okay. Great. I was hoping to see exactly that. And this time I managed to hit the Sakura Slash as well. In which case, if he flinches back against the wall, he'll stay in place. Unfortunately, Geodrome has a few flinches where he flies off quite far. I think to get him off a wall or something like that. Which makes it unfortunate, but you can't just pummel him. Yeah, that would have been unfortunate. We had the issue with the computer we had for playing games. The three of us, I have a brother and a sister. We were pretty tight-knit though, and so we rarely had to argue though, so it's not that it never happened. Of course we argued about who's allowed to play in right now. But we more often than not would be sitting down either swapping or yeah, being a bit more competitive, playing against each other, or yeah, we usually made it work. Yeah, that's another fall. I'm sorry. I do want that tail if possible. Well, no tail. Okay, almost got to the shiny. Okay, for the first part, my subterfuge has not worked. But there are still a lot of Glavenus ahead, and at one point I'll be getting what I need. So that is 4 tickets, but I am missing pretty much still everything, I'm guessing. Let's have a look. I do know that I haven't gotten a single Hellblade powder, so I don't need to check up on the armor. Hammer. Indeed, no, so everything else is also not working out. Unfortunate. But I have the tickets, and that is currently the most annoying part about the grind. So that is still a step in the right direction. So I have about 20 minutes left, so depending on the length, 1 or 2 more quests. Is there anything I could put up with here? I think, just from the amount that this is going to take longer than 20 minutes. Congrats, Mark. That is... I am happy for you. Destroyed and melted. Well, when I was playing only... well, we had times in Freedom Unite where we would just go, yeah, all hammer, all this, all that. All hammer becomes a bit of a mess in that we would always do the big backswing, and so all of us trying to crowd around the heads led to a lot of flying hunters, and it wasn't even useful because you couldn't hit, you couldn't attack out of that, and even if you could have, there was no mounting. Yeah, let's do that. I haven't fought Steve in a while, and he's a very fun hunt, even though I have to capture him for that specific one. Okay. Let's say 2 more amulets into storage before we need to think about it. So I am managing to reduce the amount of vouchers I have. Okay, it doesn't actually matter which element. Steve is agnostic when it comes to elements. I'll be ordering a provision division drop though. Mark, congratulations, Hunter rank 2. Event quest, case closed, desert arrest. Let me not forget the special equipment I need to remember to bring. And we have to bring him in alive. Ergo, we have to capture him. And of course the inspector is not going to make the effort for himself to come out here. Well, I mean, it's a bottle. There is definitely some way he deserved that. Okay, that is one angry Steve. And hyper monsters do a lot of damage. And he's also event caliber, so and the curse strikes again. I am getting kicked out of the area. Well, you almost have a elite defense, but that is 8. Too much for that. Okay, will you? Okay, he did calm down. some of the attacks I do need to be patient. So far, so good, but I think this will be the last quest of the day. Oh, that was unfortunate. Okay. And this absolutely means that I have to heal up. Okay, and he is removing himself from this area, which is, well, I do actually like this small area. It gives him less room to fly off to. So you have to do less running in general. Okay. Let me get the ordered supplies, and then we'll try to have Steve fall into the trap here. There we go. Was monkeying around a little bit too much, but finally we can continue our arrest. I don't even need to worry that the pitfall trap is going to make it harder to capture him. Damn, that was such a long break there. Okay. Bloody Cephalos, stop it. Are you kidding me? Bloody Cephalos, and then comboing into Sergios here. Okay, I'm sorry for being pretty quiet. He does require a little bit of concentration because of his stuff like that. You bloody dumb Chefalos. Okay, that one is dead, but I have no idea if he's eaten the slash that was meant for. For Cerejos. Okay. Overall, though, I am not unhappy. Traveling further south. I'll be taking a shortcut. I'll have a look if maybe the guild supplies have also already arrived. I don't know why nobody really at the guild tries to tighten this up. No, nothing yet. Yep, come on, down. And then the paintball goes away. In GU, I'd say yes, he has a hammer. Thunderlord Zinogre does have a hammer, so I'll be pretty sure that the normal Zinogre also has a hammer. Sheesh, let's heal this up. Well, there come the supplies after I've been to the camp already. Yeah, that's probably a very silly thing to do here. No, actually. We both had, well, maybe not the same idea, but he thought of taunting me. But in a way you can take the eating in front of the monster as a taunt as well. Okay, I missed that one badly. Okay. Actually, really quite happy now. So, still quite a lot needed. Okay, that's the second time he's landing in a pitfall trap. Okay, and he decides he is furthermore trying to evade arrest by flying away. And I really hope that the inspector is going to pay me triple my normal rates, because this one is tough and on the annoying side, and I can't kill him, so... Three reasons I need to be paid. But I didn't look so properly at the quest, so probably it's not anything near that good amount of money. That's the first time he's coming full lane. Okay. We are getting his tail. The up to north also getting a fistful of Steve. Yeah, silly Rathian just dropping her plate down. Well, it happens. And I'm happy that you taught her a lesson by picking it up. She's not going to find that one. Okay, that's bad. Shh. I rolled away there. At least I wanted to. Okay. Oh, you kidding me? Didn't even land after that, just flew away. If he had landed, that would have been basically perfect. And now I have to go... Yeah, I'm not getting the second emergency trap. But I'll be able to get an emergency trap. Although I do feel reluctant putting that in here. We have paint duration down. Come closer. Ah, it's just a paintball. So I'm going to lead to a big catastrophe. I do need to be careful that the... Okay. That's a trap. That's a trap. Oh my god. No, 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 no. I don't have it. Okay. Last second panic, but he's sleeping now. I'm not going to complain about a lens. Some nice tickets. Evidence. Okay, not sure what evidence. Yeah, that is something that happens. But... yeah. It is a nice gesture, Mark, but yeah. Or maybe they're out. I'm not sure how the weather is where you are, but if it's a nice day, they might be out. Well, even if it's not a nice day, they might be out. No, I did want to know what I can create with the evidence, but I'm guessing it's not a longsword. Is it armor? Oh, it's that armor. Okay. Okay, okay, yeah. No... no belt, but that's fine. Okay. With that, we have reached the end of our stream today. Thank you all very much for joining me today. I hope you had a lot of fun. I'll be giving a quick look at where I can leave you. Then please let me know in chat, Tira, if you have a suggestion. 3C. Well, I'll be taking a look at they are playing Rise today. Unfortunately, I am not finding them with what you gave me, Tira. If I type this in, it tells me no channels found. If you could please make sure that you don't have a typo. It's caps. It's still not showing it to me. Let me have a look. In the category. Let me try to do it another way. That actually should not make a difference. It could be that in their settings they have it set up as such that I am currently eligible for a raid. That would be unfortunate, but that could be the case. That they have limits there, and those limits now preclude me from unfortunately raiding them. Sure, I am open for suggestions. I don't know. I've looked for them in the normal search bar. That works, but I cannot raid them. Doesn't show up when I'm trying to raid them. That is. I would have liked to, but it's unfortunate that it doesn't work out. Okay, in this case, I think I'll be leaving you with Muzu Cthulhu. We rated him before. He's currently playing Sucker for Love. Quite fitting with his avatar and everything. Quick announcement. I still want to do the schedule for next week. It's going to be quite normal up until next Sunday. So Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to play from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. Shin Megami Tensei on Monday. I'm not sure yet for Friday. That depends on a few factors. And Monster Hunter during the weekend as always, starting out with GU on both days. Thursday, I'll be playing more Supreme Commander, hopefully finishing up the Aeon campaign. And then the week after that, I'll be starting my 3-week Christmas special, starting out from the 15th to the 23rd. So the schedule is going to be different. I'll be posting the details soon. I've got it mostly together, but it's not yet quite presentable, so that is coming up. Hopefully before tomorrow's stream. But from the 15th to the 23rd, I'll be showcasing games I think would make for a decent or good present, at least decent, and I'll be going on from there. So, with that being said, I want to thank you all very much for watching and all of that goodness. And I sent you over far too early. Bloody hell. For anybody who still happens to be here, thank you very much for coming, and I'm sorry. Thank you very much for coming, thank you very much for watching, it's very much appreciated. Until we see each other next time, goodbye.